Atamari Morena, to formally open our first formal council meeting for the new year. I will begin with our council prayer. Kēnoi tātou. Tupu mātou kia kaha mai ngā marangai ko whiriwhiri kia mo te kaunihira o te hiko tika. Te mahi me te ngākau awaha, me te hakamani pukenga, me te mātauranga I roto I ngā wāhanga, me ngā hakataunga kia haka tuhia I hapori e matatika ana, e tūpotahi ana kamutu, ka haka piki anō I ki oranga o ko tātou rohe, ka haka tau anō I ngā take o te rohe I runga I te tika me te pō. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the whānau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. I haven't received any apologies. I do know that Shiki Ratkin, the chair of our Kaipuna Community Board, is not here. I can't remember if she told me she was going to be late because it's the first full week back at school this week, or if she wasn't an apology, but we'll just note that, please. She'll be late. Declarations of interest, I'll take it on specific papers from members if there are any. We don't have any disputations today, so I'll jump straight into our mural announcements. Adele, as a council, we really want to acknowledge the seeing of the sun, which happened over the new year. If we could please just in silence together. Pray e te atua hoa te kia te oki ki ngā tunutanga, a kia piti ki aia te maramatanga mutuna kore. Eternal rest grant upon him, O Lord, and may perpetual light shine upon him always. Back to us, and in my maramataka today is Rākaunui, the full moon, and my sister is feeling that because she thought it was break last year. So I'll wait and see today if we have any movement with baby number 3. I hope not, because I'm running a sweepstakes and I didn't pick today. In 2 weeks time, so wait and see there. Acknowledging the full moon energy that I hope is going to get us through this meeting nice and quickly. Also want to acknowledge Imri. This is her last week with us before she goes on maternity leave. So maybe the high energy will help her out in this space, but just really want to thank Imri for all of her money that she does for us as one of our governance skills, and wish her all the best for her maternity leave as well. On water restrictions, we still have water restrictions in place. Level 2 for Kawakawa Moewa, for Aikea, Fopua, Waitangi, and for Kirikiri. Level 2, I believe, is no automated sprinklers. And then we also have level 3 restrictions for Opononi, Makere, and for Rawene, or Manaia. And level 3 restrictions is no outdoor water use whatsoever. It rained a little bit over this week, and I have been praying for more rain and hoping that we can ease get our water restrictions down, but for the time that they're still in place. So please still continue, no matter where you are in the whānau, to use water sensibly. And my final mural announcement is just acknowledging the huge week that we've had, both last week and then yesterday, with Treaty of Waitangi commemorations, hosting tens of thousands over in Waitangi and then hundreds at Mahungu and Kukianga. And I've asked some of our Te Hono staff are in the room, and I've asked Councillor Rakina. I think it's very appropriate that he, on behalf of us as the council, could just give a mahi to our staff for the incredible mahi they've put into ensuring that we offer that manaakitanga as a host council across the country.
Tēnā koe te kaika, hoi no ia koe kōrero ana mō ngā pepi, hia nau ki te tuku mihi atu ki a pene tau I rao ko Trin, I te whangamai a tarawa pepi hau, tama, ka reno kia tapa te tahi ko moko, ko maikio, ko tāmati, putai ingoa pai matahiwi. Hoi no, aini ka tātai ka rongo I te rangatiro tana ingoa e pape pai ana. Tuatahi tuarua e Ana ki mai ana, te matatini o te kāwi mauna, ka tūkila ko ngā motu o taranaki mauna, ka papa nui, haka hira tēnā, katoa o te Aotearoa ki te ao. And just following on from your kōrero, Mr. Mayor, I did want to, and I've got it on my report as well, just to extend a big mihi to our Te Hono staff. And I'll just read it off what I've written here, because whilst I'll just go wee wah wah, somewhere where we're not supposed to be. So, Te Hono staff played an exceptional role in supporting councillors and ensuring the smooth execution of Waitangi Week and Māngu commemorations. Thank you for that, kupu Waihoda. Their professionalism, cultural expertise and steadfast commitment to excellence were evident throughout the week as they navigated complexities of hosting the most significant and historic event in Aotearoa, not just our district. Te Hono staff were more than cultural advisors or umbrella holders. They embodied the way of manaakitanga, ensuring their councillors were well supported at every step. Their reserved seats was at key events, even though it was burning hot in the sun, they sat in those seats, ensuring that we had a place to be when we arrived at the kōhiri. They provided seamless translation services and acted as kaiwaia to lifting the mana of our rōpū throughout waiata kōhiri, and also to mention that Kahika Moko spoke twice on the marae ātia at the wharekanga one on Sunday afternoon for the pōwhiri for the iwi chairs on behalf of his iwi te rarawa, also for the pōwhiri of the Royal Navy and our Governor General Cynthia Kiro. So that was beautiful. They ensured that we were fed, which we sometimes forget to do. We forget to have a kai because we're so busy, that we're hydrated and always at the right place at the right time, often shepherding us to the next kaupapa with precision and grace. Thanks to Lawrence as well for carting us around during those kaupapa. In every moment, they acted as bodyguards and cultural navigators, anticipating our needs and ensuring our comfort, safety amidst the bustling activities. A special acknowledgement must go to Dolly Baker, or Marima Baker, and the behind-the-scenes team as well. I understand that was a team effort to put this together, whose meticulous planning made everything from organising schedules, lanyards and parking passes to managing the logistics of multiple events. Their contributions were invaluable. Their attention to detail alleviated much of the stress that comes with such a significant event in our district, allowing us as councillors to focus on our roles and fully engage with the kaupapa. Te Hono staff also demonstrated their ability to seize opportunities to engage with iwi organisations from across Aotearoa. They represented our district with pride of cultivating connections and strengthening relationships that will have lasting benefits for our organisation. The proactive approach showcased their vision for building meaningful partnerships and further solidified the importance of Waitangi Week as not only a commemoration but also an opportunity for collaboration and unity. Reflecting on the past 3 years that I've spent in this organisation, I've seen myself lobbying for better efforts to make Waitangi Week and Māngu commemorations a core part of our organisational culture come to fruition. It is inspiring to see how far we've come, and my vision is that these events become business as usual, an initiative highlighting our unique position as hosts of the world's most significant treaty commemoration. It's humbling to acknowledge that this kaupapa, which makes us distinctive on the global stage, is held right here on our front doorstep. The fact that it's taken nearly 35 years for this council to fully recognise, acknowledge and participate in this historic event is a reminder of how far we've come and how much further we've got to go. I trust that in the coming years we'll continue to build on this foundation, investing more resources and energy into ensuring that we host this event with the same manaakitanga and care that our tupuna displayed when welcoming our treaty partners. By doing so, we not only honour the legacy of our tupuna, but we also set a benchmark for our future generations to uphold. Once again, tēnā koutou te kāmi o te hono, Ngā kai kaunihira, te kōwhai, te kahika, me tā tātou tū, ngā tahi, kōkiri tahi, whana ke tahi, I roto I tō tātou nei rohe o te heku o te ika. Ka nui wene kōrero māku tēnā kia ora mai no tātou.
Tēnā koe, pāmuti tēnā koe te katoa e te uno, ka mihi ka whitai o tēnei kaunihira ki runga. Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to our first item, item 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes, which can be found on page 6. I could get a move up. Yeah, I'm moving you for the research and seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Research, do you have anything to identify on those? No. Deputy Mayor Stratford, anything from the other members? With that, I will take the votes. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We'll now go to item 7.1 on page 177, our community board minutes. I'm hoping that we did not have a quite real community board meeting December last year, so we only had 2 on the table. The first one is our Bay of Islands from the board community board minutes, and with that I'll pass it over to our chairman of the board.
Good evening, yes, our final meeting of the year. It's great, went really well. I think just highlights would be we had a resident in Kitty wanting to remove some trees off one of our reserves, and I think this is the process was a really excellent example of a ratepayer coming to community board members, meeting, having on-site meetings, discussing the issues and doing all the groundwork before it came and came to council. I would just like to acknowledge them for following due process and making a decision a lot easier at the community board level by taking guidance from us and going to Ngā Te Rei here and actually engaging up front first off. So we could learn a lot by that. It was a really good decision on behalf of trees associates, particularly around Kitty. For years we've had a policy to go out and engage with the community. Following on from that, we did have a very lengthy debate around the removal of the guns and the fireworks on the old Bidham site in Kitty. So it just showed the magnitude of what was being removed off that site and off our reserve area, in trying to maintain public access for future generations moving forwards. 2 very different discussions and 2 excellent outcomes from the Kitty community. I just wanted to raise the issue of the motorvan caravan dump station in Kitty that came to our board with quite a brief report. There was a bit of a pushback from the board for the lack of information in the report, but not just that, it was the fact that the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association had actually recommended a number of sites, and those sites were neither discussed at the workshop here in council that I attended, nor were they provided to the community board for consideration. So we have asked that come back to us. There was also a bit of pushback to have the dump station in the CBD of the growing area of Kitty, and I guess there's a bit of wonderment around site visits from councillors and from the decision making as to whether they're aware of the, there was no traffic plan or traffic flow that came with it, but there is a strong desire, and we have let this lie on the table pending another report coming back from staff, which is really good. The thing to mention there, I think, was the fact that we felt there was no urgency over this report, because even had we agreed to the site, there was going to be no implementation until April, May, which meant the peak of the season for the servicing of that particular facility would be over anyway, so we didn't feel that there was any need to rush into that. The only other thing I think that I had to raise was just observations over the summer period. I'm becoming increasingly active in a traffic controlling way on Waitangi Bridge when I'm regularly walking. Cruise ship days are out of control days. It's actually really impeding the visitor and the local movement, particularly with the busy mountain bike park, the Wakarama groups, the boaties, the visitors to the treaty grounds generally, and golf. So something needs to be done there, and I know we've mentioned it in our meetings, Moko, and I think perhaps Barnum Holdings should be considering investing in some traffic lights that could be used temporarily instead of huge costs of traffic management. There's a real reluctance with them. I think they've only had management twice on the bridge over the peak so far this summer, but the Mexican standoffs are horrendous and the buses will not back up. So just want to bring that to your attention that we need to sit down and have a discussion as a council with Barnum Holdings and the cruise industry and work out how we can better remedy the safety issues there. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go with any questions or commentary around 1 more minute. So we'll go to Deputy Mayor Stratford and then Councillor Research.
Melinda, just item 7.4, you say that it was left to lie on the table. Do you mean a meeting before? Because in the minutes it says that it's going to Julian Carter in Kirikiri.
It was lost. It's left to lie. So they're not confirmed minutes yet.
It doesn't say carried.
Yeah.
Should be recorded there. So,
yeah. So it's something that we discussed when we preview for the next meeting.
And also, there was an application for Kirikiri applied for road safety. Do you recall what was lacking there? Or?
Yes, Speaker, because the amount was $3,000, Speaker didn't turn up and the board was not satisfied. We want them to address us, so we've asked them to come back to our next funding round.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Research. Then Councillor
Yeah, Belinda, 2 questions really. Thanks for the item there, because I actually, this is item 7.4, read the dump station. I have received some complaints on it. Not a picture of me, but never mind. Received some complaints and there's misinformation about that. There's a bit of confusion. So I agree, let's bring it up and thank you for what you're doing there. There's probably a bit of urgency stuff that get the paper on which people. So the council can follow that up. The other one was, and it's sort of an aside, but I noticed you have several times there raised issue with cruise boats and the number of people, number of visitors, and there's a balancing act, I think, with many of our towns. I don't know, have you ever considered just what size with the leaders and say, what size or what number of visitors what you've planned your town for? Because you see that they can have all sorts of effects. But has that been done?
No, but there has been many discussions over the years that I've had, particularly with farm holders, as to how many ships are too many. And it seemed to get up around the 50 mark when the complaints started to increase. But I think we have to look at the collaborative impact now of the fact that the mountain bike park is very successful. The golf course is very popular, and with the new toilets over on Waitangi near the boat ramp and the increased water activity, we're just seeing a general increase in traffic over the bridge. I did see a counter down near to Te Marae, so maybe there's some work being done on the traffic movements. But no, I think it's actually local and visitor. It's quite a complex survey would have to be done. It's not just about cruise ships. My issue is with the constant, and also I have to say speed now. We've got the speed reduction on Jakarta Parade at Waitangi. The buses are not adhering to that either. So it's actually the congestion from the buses when boaties and camper vans and cars and visitors who don't know there's a passing bay in the middle. So we need to either need a 2-lane bridge and we need traffic lights.
2-lane bridge.
Seal the back road and bring everyone around that way. We've got a few options.
Thank you.
We'll go to Councillor Akina.
Kia ora. Thank you, Belinda. Just going off your quarter around all the visitors, I do know that when the ships do come in and we have a huge influx, especially on a beautiful day, we have locals going to play here in Waitangi, and I do know that a lot of the bins are actually just overfilled and people are either just trying to squash it down or they're just leaving it next to the bins. Has there been any staff to mitigate that, or is it just a matter of if you can't fit it, just take it home? But I think that a lot of the times when it does overfill, that's because cruise ships come in and the place is just crazy.
Yeah, we again we haven't had a debrief on the summer. It's still going, but the rubbish impact. I have to say they actually did chain green wheelie bins to bins and to over the peak of particularly Waitangi to actually, and I think council may have played a part in the increased level of service, which was much appreciated, and to keep down the spread of the seagull mix and the dumping. So I think what you're seeing around the town is just illegal dumping from Freedom Campers, leaving their mess behind beside the bins, and of course, the seagulls get into it. Again, when we have the debrief at the end of summer, we'll discuss there's some pinch points. There seems to be areas where a lot more is dumped, and it's unfortunately high profile waterfront areas of CBD. Make a note of that.
Councillor Akina.
Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi o te tauhou, i ana kia koe e Belinda, mihi atu kia koe i haere mai ki te nui o ngā pōheri ki runga i te whare runanga. So I was really impressed to see Belinda, most of the pōheri up at the whare runanga, and there were so many delegations that came through who had particular influence in a number of, areas. So, and I just appreciate that, you've got an overview of what's happening in your area. Tautoko, the 2-lane bridge, especially after last year, it was terrible. And just something to think about, that it comes up, like this year they had the reopening of the Te Reti o Waitangi Marae, but there's conversations around the side about little reserve lands, about returning that back to the marae, and I'm talking about places like Shippies, the one where the next to Tauranga, so there's a few little blocks of land that one process was started several years ago, I think, by the former legal advisor George Swanepoel, and then there's the one about Shippies that is still under discussion, and then there's the ones that we approved last year for the Scouts Hall and something else. So, there was sort of interim, just saying that they'll be there in your part and parcel of kia ora, kia koe, kia ka. That's all, sorry, I'll probably use this information, but...
Sorry, I wonder if it's appropriate to either one, have you what's up with your operational discussions with Farmers Holdings, or two, actually request that Farmers Holdings meet with our Bay Wildlife community around some of these growing pains, I'll call them, with our cruise ships over in Waitangi specifically, and the odd, talking about our and all of that. So can I leave that for you and Belinda to figure out what the best way forward would be, if it is a formal request to have Farmers Holdings come into our community board, or whether you think you can pick this up and carry it. But I'll leave that for you two to figure out.
I'm more than happy to organise that. We'll have the discussion.
Awesome, thank you. We'll go to our Te Heku Community Board minutes now, and I'll go to Chair Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. I just want to thank you very much for your acknowledgement this morning in prayer over my stepson. He's been in my life for 56 years, so yes, thank you very much. So our Te Heku Community Board in December, we had a big delegation from the Lake Omea area, and they came out quite loud in option 2, as you can see. So that was good. They did one of the options that was presented to them was a new build, but it was like a tin shed for them with electrical lights, so that option wasn't. So option 2 is what they asked for, and this could be a first when you recommendation in C. This could be a first that if we all work together, the community could own this hall eventually, be divested to the community. So that could be a starter, because a lot of our halls at the moment are very old and be brought up to standard, or what is the option? So I think if this is brought up to standard, the community are willing to take it over, and so that would be a hall that would start that conversation. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. And there was some funding from applications there that we approved as well. So, and really happy about the drainage that's happening in the drainage areas. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Now, on Lake Ohia, before we go to Councillor Hauki, because I didn't know where this hall was, so I needed to look it up, and then I realised it's a farming community hall, which is just off our state highway near the Karikari Peninsula and close to Doubtless Bay and our connection through the Kaitaia. Because my family lives on the Karikari Peninsula, I sent them out into the community to gather evidence and information for me about Lake Ohia Hall and its usage, and because I thought, we've got a hall here, a hall there, and then this other hall here. Can you guys go and find out, ask all of your friends, ask everyone in the community, do people know about Lake Ohia Hall and do they use it? The answer came back to me through the kumara vine that it is well used by the community and it would be a huge loss for them. So I just wanted to thank you in the community board for your mahi in this space, and it looks like we've got a pathway forward now that see this for the continue to be a community asset, but potentially not on our books.
That's right.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Hauki.
Hilda, Adele. I just want to note that I was present at that meeting, so that's just something to comment about. My name's not recorded.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. But I agree with, the delegation from Lake Ohia. We're really just regular practical people who came up with a far better solution than whatever the council one was, which also saved the council a whole lot of money. So, so they were quite strong. And I think the other thing that's coming through is I just appreciate that the community board had 3 separate meetings with different drainage boards up there. And the sense that they felt that they were ignored over the years for lack of having an employee to follow up on all these things. I only went to one of those meetings, but it was quite intense. And then I think you came up with the idea that you have to sit together and, it's almost like it's a council falling down on whatever the expectations are there. And something that comes up from one of our community board members is the lack of connection. I'll say it's Bill Zabriskie in Awanui. He will follow up with a whole lot of taki and rangiputa around his area and have all these little meetings and set up things like RFSs. And I'm just summarising it. He feels absolutely powerless that that all of these things are done with community members through the committee, but there's sometimes no action or a disconnected action. So there might be 10 issues for rangiputa. One person might come out to do one of the 10, but that one person could have seen all 10, and so it's that kind of disconnection. So I think the committee were talking about they want to have reports. I think you got something at the back. They're kind of asking for, you know, they want to put things through the Te Heku committee to get feedback, because it's almost undermining their roles as community members. They shouldn't have to come to the council. Because they're elected members of our community boards, they should be able to get direct access and support, especially if it's supported through the community. That's all I want to say.
We'll go to Penny Stratford.
There is 2 points now. So adding on to what Hilda has raised, it would be good if what she's raised can be addressed in commentary in the CE report later today, rather than it just being, because it is an ongoing issue for elected members across our district, and it would be good if staff respond to that. Right, please. Yeah. Adele, in the minutes, and I went back and read the report, item 7.2 for Pioneer House. And so it looks like there's a strong desire by the groups there, rather than council doing the mahi with X number of dollars, the group doing more mahi, getting more bang for buck with that X number of dollars. Is that how I read that report?
Yes, what's happened is if they can work with that money,
Yeah.
they can go out for funding elsewhere. So it can make a better choice about Pioneer House.
Yes.
Yeah, and a better building.
Yeah. So you're
What year is the renewals funding sitting?
Oh, I think is it? Oh, I can't.
I think it was up now. That's why it needed to be. So you guys put in a resolution to council that that staff partner with the trust to deliver the proposed renovations for Pioneer House, or council partners. So I just need to make sure that staff are following up with that resolution to
Can I just speak? Whenever one of our community boards puts a recommendation to this council, how does the recommendation come to this council to approve or not that recommendation? Because we've got it here in our minutes, but our recommendation today is just to note the minutes. And noting the minutes, what's the connect that's missing there? Because I agree, but like we obviously need to know. I don't know any background information about this. Other than that, it sounds like a great idea and I'm all for it. But I need to have a report on the table. So at what point can I expect this formal recommendation from our community board to come to us?
So yes, thank you, Kelly. So we've made 2 recommendations in there that reports need to come to the council on the Lake O'Hare Hall as well as the Pioneer House. Because we don't look after the money, you people look after the money. So that's the recommendation we've made, that the reports need to come to council as well.
I'll just check in with our governance team. Can I expect that these formal recommendations, because I always tell our community, nothing's stopping you from us from pulling anything or putting anything up to us, but they are going to get stopped if we've got no clear process for them to come to this table.
The staff are formulating or including the community board's feedback and not talking to council subsequent meeting.
Can I ask a question? If it's a community board delegation, we just doubling up on the paperwork and the time involved if a report comes to us. Why would it need to us at all? And it seems to be around the word council, as in, is that like council all sitting around this table for a formal decision, or council as in to the chief executive to direct staff? So we need to find a streamlined way to do this. So if it's within their purview, that's where it should start and stop.
Our community boards don't have to ask us to approve their community funding when we give it to them. If we've given them the delegation over community boards, and this is the then do it.
B is outside of process operations though. B is asking staff to do something that is very foreign to them.
Anyway, someone figured that out, and then So Anne's point, we don't need enough numbers.
Let's be agile.
It's just ticking a box. I still have a order that will follow through, and I'll just check that you've finished. Next I have Councillor Vucic, then Councillor Foy, and then Chair.
Yes, thanks, Adele. Well, you actually raised the problem. There's a problem with scale that council gets so large and thinks in district-wide that they've failed to look at communities and what they can provide. So I think you just need to go into some of the issues there which can be addressed. But what for Adele, question really, you mentioned that the community are happy to take over the hall but bring it up to standard. It shows again, claiming that that will be standard. But the question is, and I presume, I think it's almost been answered actually, but I'll answer it again. The question is, if we were to look at what renewals are there in reserves and that we're given to the community and the practical knowledge that they actually have and the option to get additional funding from elsewhere, would you be happy to take it over at that stage?
We'd have to go back and talk to the media about that. They want to put up the standard and then they'll
Thank you. And I just want to remind everybody that when community call brings a resolution to this table, council, formal resolution, council must respond to it as it starts. We don't have to respond around the table as a council meeting, but we must respond to it as they exist under a separate act. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ka pai. I just wanted to support what Member Ward has brought up, but also our community board in Tiku about the halls that we have, and that being a community delegation to our board. Myself and Councillor Radich attended the meeting alongside Hilda Haruera, and the matter that was brought up is the significant cost that we have for upgrading our halls to meet the accessibility for disabled peoples. In terms of the Building Act requirements, the cost to upgrade these old halls that aren't built to the new standards was actually more than the whole hall itself. So the cost and this was put up at our meeting, to the extent that a new build, which was a shared design from a shared company, was tabled as part of that report to be an alternative solution to upgrading the old hall. The question was raised at that meeting, why is it that the halls are being proposed to be upgraded to such an extent? Where is the council policy regarding that and the governance direction that our decision is to do these upgrades to the cost that would be essentially the whole cost of the rebuild of the hall? And where is the collaboration between the building department that looks at the disabled access under the building code and what is actually fair and reasonable for an old building that has been there 100 years and the community are happy with that standard? The community were perplexed as to why the scope of the extent was so significant. It was proposing removing structural walls. It was proposing significant upgrades that were outside the scope that needed a full building consent instead of being repairs and maintenance. Is there any direction from staff about why this approach is taken and what policy is available so that governance can have direction about the spend of renewals funds on practical solutions rather than it being a full overhaul that is the whole value of the total value of the hall?
All right. Apologies, Councillor Foy. I was writing a note and I missed some of that, but I think there was a question in there and I'll pass over to our Chief Executive.
I'm guessing that on a case-by-case basis, there's different works required, but under Proctor, our projects team would cover this.
Through you, Mayor Court, there are a number of projects that require more oversight and engagement with community board and the delegations that they have actually. So quite simply, that hasn't been done as often as it should be, and we'll continue to work with community boards more to make sure that we understand the uses of the hall and where they're going to be both in the short and long term.
Thank you. If there can be an actual paper about this to council, because I've just detailed a significant issue where hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent without governance direction, and the scoping has been done on that. That's outside of governance knowledge. And the other matter that's outside of governance knowledge is the leases, and that's been brought up in our reserves through our community board for some buildings that are on a council reserve that we're looking at options. And we're being told that the leases are being written favourable so that council can't choose and decide who the next tenant is, and that the extensions of the lease terms are longer than 30 years in duration. And so that, again, hamstrings the governance decisions because operations have written the contracts in such a way that we cannot proceed with any of those options. And Adele will be aware of that as well in the current issue in Kaitaia. So I just want to table the two risk issues: old buildings being upgraded to disability and excessive amounts of time and scoping for that. And the second matter is a risk from the wording in council leases.
Thank you. Can I just note that in this new year, I expect the reporting and workshopping of our capital delivery to be coming through our Transport and Infrastructure Committee. We've already had a paper last year on some of these projects. We identified that the reporting of that can be better in the way that it's presented to us and workshop with us, and I think that's the appropriate mechanism for us to track this sort of thing. So because Tanya oversees that committee, I'd expect her to work with Trent and see that happens. We'll put that on our workshop. Please. We'll go to Chair Ward.
Thank you, Member. Going back a few conversations now, just in relation to what Councillor Court raised in the way of community board and council doubling up. I note that, and it's I guess I need advice from governance on this, but I note that when our unconfirmed minutes come through information, you don't get our action sheet, which is like your open resolution sheet, which I see attached here. You know, it's at the end of the meetings, and it doesn't go into council meetings either. That is actually recommendations or resolutions that we want moved on or elevated for staff to action. And I think if they were captured in here and Aisha would take the guide on this, that we would then be happy that they were not lost and that they were being actioned rather than just ending up in limbo. I think there is a real place for our action sheets on our community board so we can track what's outstanding and get progress reports. Even if there is no progress, it stays there till it's resolved. I just think, we have the open resolution reports, so I just think that that's something that we can perhaps improve on so that we don't have this frustration over we've recommended things but they're falling into black holes and they're not coming to council. They don't necessarily need big reports to accompany them, but they need to be actioned. So just mind.
Thank you for that. All right, I will move the recommendation. If I could get a seconder. Deputy Stratford. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. With that, we'll go to item 6.1 on page 22, Maritime Facilities Bylaw Analysis of Submission and Adoption of it.
Okay, thank you.
Moved by Deputy Stratford. If I could get a seconder. Councillor Lucic, Deputy Stratford.
One concern that I had was that we weren't going to be setting the fees and charges coming into this coming year. So starting July 2025, that's something the report recommends doing in the following LTP. And as we've seen with Waitangi, for example, or many other competitive programs, it's not just commercial users that are putting pressure on our boat ramps, it's the recreational users that are coming far away. So yeah, the report doesn't speak to like how, whether that could be an option and how that could work. If we were to try and incorporate that in our annual plan process now.
Response, Roger?
Through the chair. So in the implementation plan that's been proposed in the paper, and working with Whanau Holdings, we agreed to start with the commercial operators first and working through what that licensing would look like. There is the intent to have the fees and charges into this annual plan, and we're working with that team. They're getting those charges made and added into the plan. Separate paper on recreation. That's intentional because we think recreation is a little bit more complicated, given that we're coming from a situation where we're not charged to use those maritime facilities, the boat ramps right now, to a place that we effectively could be looking for licenses and licensing fees. So the approach that we're taking around recreation boaties or users of those ramps is that we want to treat carefully, make sure we get it right before we start bringing out the heavy hand of a bylaw forced with licenses and dates and pass codes, etc.
We actually discussed this, when did we first visit this season report? Fees and charges back in 2022 for recreational users, and then of course 2023. I think we've had 2 workshops over the last 5 or 6 years about this. So we know that it's a big issue, and there was appetite on the previous council to explore doing a charging regime of sorts, consulting, but it feels like we're just pushing the boat out on, that recreational charging, which isn't going to address the issue of, people coming from far away who already pay recreational program fee. They pay them elsewhere. They're just not paying them in the far north. So yeah, I'm just expressing my disappointment that we're not doing that soon enough on recreational boat users. But I support the amendments as they stand. I went right through the 2022 version and the 23 version, 24. Yes, I'm very happy with where it's like. I was like, but we need to have that wastewater thing in there. I even went to the submitter, Mr. Johnson, who wrote about why we shouldn't have the wastewater portion in there. I was like, okay, what he's talking about. Staff agreed with him. So yeah, I'm happy with the whatever it's called.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Gold star for your homework that you've been doing here. We'll go to Councillor Vucic and then Chair.
Thank you. I did have one question. I support it. There's a lot of work being done. And sure, it may not be perfect. The question I have is, and there's on page 32 regarding duplication of powers of council NRC. Nothing annoys people more than have one authority show up and then another one show up later. So I do wonder, are the respective roles clearly defined so that staff know their roles and the NRC know their roles? Is that clearly defined? So that's one question, and probably not. But secondly, following that, is there a formal communication process between NRC and council? Probably includes Whanau as well, so that we can actually reduce some of these issues that may arise.
Yeah. The Chair, just in response to that, there obviously it's quite a complicated quite complicated when you're in the marine environment because the jurisdiction does cross over, and we also have Whānau Holdings who administers and looks after our marine facilities. So you've got three entities in play. I guess we rely on having that communication in place. The NRC, Dan from the bylaw, he's in communication, has been in communication with both parties, Whānau Holdings and also NRC, and what role each party is going to play in the enforcement of this bylaw.
Is it formalised? In other words, no action taken until we contact all the other players as well?
As in, I think there's a policy that Whānau Holdings has on.
There's a clear line as to who's responsible.
So there's a clear, but there's nothing formalised in any agreements.
No, the legislation.
There'll be an internal process. Anyway, that's my question. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to Chair Ward, then Councillor McNally.
Thank you. My query, and I thought I did attend these workshops which had been strung out over a period of time, so I think this is really great, and I thought all my queries had been answered until I got to page 67 under 15. It talks about vehicles. One of the concerns that the communities in our ward area had was particularly around vehicles, and the fact that there was no joined upness between moorings and parking, and regional council having to provide onshore parking, and the impact on us as a council and on our reserves and public open spaces. What I don't want to go into that because we did debate it at the time, but what concerns me here is that it mentions vehicles and maritime facilities. If you go back over to page 64 under the interpretation, they only refer to vessels. There is no interpretation of vehicles. So I was just looking for clarification around that because that's a real problem point for us in the communities. And when we look down at that vehicle, under the vehicle definition, or points 1, 2 and 3, it states that no person shall park a vehicle on any maritime facility. Well, I assume we're not referring to the water. And then it talks about approval of the council, and under the interpretation, the council is the Whānau District Council. So I'm not really very happy with how that would be mitigated when you go further on page 68 in part 4, it talks about enforcement. So monitoring and enforcement and the vehicle issues tied in with these bylaws to me is not, this is clear as mud, and maybe it's just me, I'm not getting it, but why mention vehicles if we talk about water related activities, and why has the impact, landward impact, not been addressed from our perspective? Because what Councillor Vucic brought up about the collaboration between regional council and district council has always been an issue on any issues we have on the ground in our communities between the land and the river. And it's always been that murky area, go to regional council, come to district council. And this is, a lot of work's been done on this, it's a great job, but I just would like, if something really done, someone to explain the vehicle issue and the interpretation and why it's not in there.
So through the chair, I'll give you my assessment of it.
Yes.
So we do have a range of regulatory policy bylaws in play. We've got a parking bylaw, the enforcement of parking, and we're reintroducing this bylaw, which has been actually is in play right now as part of 2 bylaws that we're amalgamating. So acknowledging what you're saying, it is definitely an issue when you've got parking going on because people are coming in there with their boats and they are launching their boats and then they're leaving their cars in the parking areas. And there are places around here where that parking is not allocated parking on reserves and parking down the road and parking on people's fronts, their front part of their property on the road reserve. For us, getting the maritime facilities bylaw over the line is part of that puzzle, but I believe probably the bigger conversation around this with Whānau Holdings. So I have been talking with Whānau Holdings around a marine facility strategy or some plan or something of that nature that we need to put in place that recognises that the activity that's going on in the marine environment and actually accessibility to the marine environment is becoming an increasing issue with the more people that are coming up here and living up here, people that are coming here for holiday, and then just the general size of the boats that are being launched as well and the activity in that space. So I had a quick chat to Chris. I was hoping he was going to be here today. But he has acknowledged that there's been pressure points over the Christmas period in particular locations. New boat ramps like Windsor Landing has been maxed out with the cars parked right in the road, as an example. And we know that Peter Bay has been a challenging location for both commercial operators and recreational users in the Peter Bay. So where we're at, we've on a long journey to get the marine facilities bylaw here today, and we are working on a range of other bylaws and other policy instruments to address the rest of it. But I firmly believe that the answer has to be in some form of plan, because the pressure is really coming on in the communities. Russell's another example. New boat ramps gone in. That's increased activity along there in conjunction with the road closure trial. In Russell is another area of pressure. So, and I think there really needs to be a considered plan in how we approach it.
Thanks.
Councillor McNally.
Yeah, page 23, just looking at the concerns. Under 2, council role regarding the bylaw. Who's responsible for improvements to the maritime facility? And under 3, another comment there about infrastructure and revenue use. And also under 1, it talks about the balance given to recreational users versus commercial. There's a conflict of use on the number of our rents and around the place. My question is, if you're looking at both the improvements, who's responsible, and the maintenance, who does that? And comes to mind is Hokianga, Whangaroa, Rangatani. They're all facilities in those areas that are knackered, basically. Hokianga, there was quite a bit of money spent a couple of years ago under the PGF, I think. Revenue use, where's the money, or who collects the money? Where is it, and where is it spent? Is it ring-fenced for maintenance? It's another question. And then infrastructure maintenance. The wharf and the jetty are only getting across the riparian strip, Esplanade Reserve, if you like. What about the car parks, road access? And you talked about community use as well. There's a whole lot of others in there. I don't see anything in the policy at all that relates to any of those issues. Do you want to talk to?
Through the Chair. So Whānau Holdings is the one that's responsible for the maintenance agreement. The money likewise goes through them, and then the agreement is that it goes to wherever council that needs to go to. Again, I was hoping Chris was going to be here to be able to answer some of the more technical things with that. Partly the intent of this new bylaw is to understand how the movements and who is actually utilising the maritime facilities from commercial usage. So we know that there's people using them, but in licensing and asking all the questions that come through licensing, it actually gives us a better idea what is needed, what is required. Chris knows through the engineers that he works with what the capabilities are of each of these facilities. Knowing what the operators are wanting from these facilities is actually going to help with maintenance, because obviously if there's a vehicle or something like that utilising that facility and it's too big or too heavy, then maintenance is going to need to be done. But without knowing through the licensing process what those needs are, it makes it very hard for things to be able to do. So putting in this bylaw, that's going to help with all those questions that have been asked now, really, because the licensing will give that information to Whānau Holdings to be able to do all those things.
Just through the chair to add to that, Final Holdings did come to the LTP workshop, if you remember, the one that was held in the Turner Centre, and did talk through their marine facilities plan and what they've and their bid for money to improve the marine facilities.
A lot more money, more information around where the money is, where it goes, how it's spent, what's the cost. And anyway, if you need this bylaw to be able to start that process, then I'm still really confused. You seem to do things in the wrong order. Councillor Boyd.
My point on this really reflects the issues that Councillor McNally has already raised as well. The bylaws meaning that commercial users will have to pay, but no recreational users will have to pay, who are given rights of use and over the maritime equipment there as well. In this case, it's referring to boat ramps, and when commercial fisheries use wharf facilities, they pay a landing fee as commercial users for that facility. I think what this bylaw reflects is that we're classing the boat ramps now as areas that commercial users also have use of. I agree with Councillor Stratford that both commercial users and recreational users should pay. It's not fair. And also with Councillor McNally that we need to know where that money will be spent. And actually the scale of it, we're putting a lot of time and effort into this bylaw. How much money are we collecting when we're not collecting any money from recreational users, only commercial users, when they already have an existing consent from the regional council for that activity within the maritime area? I'm not sure of the duration of their consents, but it has an existing consent for that authorised use as a commercial maritime activity. And I think that it just shows our integration with the regional council and with Final Holdings could be better in this instance, and that integration between land-based activities, the infrastructure associated with it, particularly parking, and the regional council itself and the way it consents maritime activities.
The duration of the policy process is 3 years. Started date, the vote was implemented.
We'll go to Councillor Court.
I don't think I actually had anything to say on this, but I just want to raise my niggle that we provide a lot of services as a council that are provided by the margins of our ratepayers. And so when we start talking about charging people, recreational users, to use their boat ramps, I become uncomfortable. Yes, there are a lot of people that come into the far north from Auckland and further afield and use our facilities and perhaps don't pay directly, but they pay in other ways through road user charges to the roads, accommodation, fuel, food when we're here. And if we're going to start charging recreational boat use, that's all of our Māori communities who use these for food gathering. It's all the people that live here and pay rates and just have a boat, small boat that they go out on the weekend. I'm very uncomfortable with that conversation. We're going to have that conversation. Let's have a conversation about everybody who uses our park and our reserves and our pools and our libraries, and we don't charge that way. I'm a bit on my soapbox, and I hadn't thought this through because I didn't think it was going to be a thing, but just listening to the debate now, I'm uncomfortable, and it may be the way that they do it in the metros, but I would think finding a way to charge recreational users up here of our myriad of accessible facilities would be very challenging if you have somebody there 24/7 taking money. Is that how it works? I don't know how it works. But I just wanted to throw the other side of the argument out there because I don't think people are given that to them like that as much as perhaps we should have.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. I note that our paper says recreational fees and charges will not be set in 2025. And what I'm hearing from the table is that this is something that will need to be discussed and not just brought as along with all the other fees and charges that we sign off.
I just respond to some of the questions. Right now, we can't charge anyone anything. Our current bylaw is what's illegal? I think that's the right word. So what this bylaw allows us to address that mechanism. We're starting with commercial operators because that was the pressure point that dragged us into the review of the bylaw. But what it will do, once we've got this mechanism in place, it will allow us to introduce the charge for recreational boat users. But I strongly recommend that it does need to be workshop. The points that have been raised here, it's not as easy as just switching on and start ticketing people. There's a whole lot of implications that need to be assessed. But this mechanism, this bylaw, if it's adopted, will allow us to do that.
Thank you. And we'll go to Deputy Stretford for right of reply.
Oh, thanks. Just to total for what Kahika said, today we're just approving the recommendations in the staff report. There's some edited clauses and we're adopting the Maritime Facilities Bylaw and revoking the Maritime Facilities Bylaw 2002, mooring charges bylaw 2002. There's no recreational charges in this bylaw today. However, I do want to make it clear that I strongly feel that recreational boat user charges need to be brought in sooner. Perhaps there'd be, a local versus visitor type and tiered charges. And Final Holdings have shown us over the last few months the airport car parking and the car parking in Paihia, how easy it is to do unsupervised computerised parking. At those congested areas. And I think the idea going forward is having it in there so that they have the ability to clip the ticket, but we need a workshop where that money goes. I also wanted to add in that we did some work on the, what was it called, boat facilities plan, and it would probably be helpful to bring that here ahead of a fees and charges workshop to give everyone an update on that study, because it hasn't come to this table this time in, and Final Holdings to update everyone on where it all works out. I think we've got some text mentioning Opanoni boat ramp was meant to get some upgrade works. We've got some money in the budget for that. Where's all these repairs and maintenance at on those as well? Kia ora.
Kia ora. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We'll now go to item 6.2, the initiation of public consultation based on 36 Road, Paihia to Kaikoura District Sports Law Incorporated.
Sorry.
And that is on page 70.
The C.
If we move the C, I'll keep your C.
Actually, I've seen it through Stephen's go in the chat. And you can vote on that separately if you want to.
I introduced it to move this with a C, grant an immediate release Kaikoura District Sports Law Incorporated to management. Is that because of timing? Seconded by Deputy Minister.
Just speaking to it, they obviously they need a ground lease. One of the issues that they're facing, so I'm speaking to I can see it, is that when they go out and raise funds from any other group, they actually do not have at the moment a ground lease, which makes it very difficult when they're applying for money because technically they don't qualify. I think it's pretty briefly, like I'm looking at number names on there, he can give a response to this. With something. So they find that really quite difficult. I know in the past when I was on there, that was one of the issues. And the other issue they're facing is the lack of our response. And that could be under a ground lease. For example, they have not got, as you see in the resolution on the page, and for the year 24-25, 35,000 increasing in the operational spend. Now, we're 8 months into the year, they have not had any money. So it's like a cash flow to a business, and it makes it very, very difficult when you've got staff and volunteers to actually function without that coming through. So, so I'd say that with that temporary lease, it will allow them to move. It's only temporary. We go through this process, and whatever the outcome of the process would actually determine from the lease. So that's what we're mapping for that. As I said, with the chair for that to be voted on separately, and you can vote it down. That's good.
Can I just have commentary from staff?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just declare my conflict of interest as MMO Te Puari?
Can I just have the fact that Councillor Akina is our appointed to the board should not exclude him from. Can I just he's appointed by us to this board, it shouldn't preclude him from voting on this. Correct?
Right.
Thank you for checking there. Michelle, Councillor Vucic has proposed an amendment or moving an alternate resolution with a C of granting an immediate temporary release. I just wanted commentary around that. One, how long is the process for this that we have to go through with the public? And we, there's no time given to this temporary release, and it's, what I don't want to do is give, if we have a process for when we set a lease up, but we're going to automatically grant a temporary release for the time being, can I just have some commentary around staff perspective of what's being proposed by councillors?
Through the chair. So the process right now, if you grant public consultation, we grant to commence public consultation now. That takes about 4 to 6 weeks public consultation. The report then goes back to the community board. If we hear any concerns of the public or any opinion, I would then present another report to the community board on the granting of the lease to recommend back to council. So right now, we could have the lease granted potentially in 5 months' time if there's no hiccups. And we can look into doing a agreement to lease. I personally have not done one of those yet, but we did one of those for 11 Matthews Ave. I'm not quite sure how long it would take to grant that. Carla, can you help?
Through the chair, what might be faster is to perhaps give them a right to occupy, so a licence between now and when a lease might be granted. And then should, for some reason, a lease not be granted, then you can have options. But that might be the most easiest way of giving them some security around their right to occupy and perhaps seek funding.
I'd be able to change the wording to be right to occupy based on the appointment.
Yeah. Is that okay under the Reserves Act?
Yes, it is. We can get that done in a matter of days.
Well, we're not going to be kicking them off, are they? We're just $3 how much million for the massive building we got down there. We said that wording changed, and I believe Deputy Mayor Stratford seconded you on this alternate resolution. I'll pass over to Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Akina, would you like to?
No, I just want to talk about the corridor. The board's actually a deficit. They don't actually have a dedicated kaimahi. They did have a dedicated kaimahi, but it's the board, the kaimahi, the maintenance people, they're fixing up everything. We also have the pavilion, which they take care of as well. We've got the Masters hockey coming up in the next few weeks. We've also got the softball games that happen there with the finals coming up. They'll be hosting the Taitokero secondary kapahaka competition there. We're also supposed to host a manu kōrero there. Last year we had primary schools, Manakuratahi, Taitokero hosted there. So there's a lot of effort that is going into the grounds at Limba, Papahawaiki and the pavilion and the netball courts. I think then we just need to maintain our position in supporting Papa Hawaii and economic prosperity that Papa Hawaii can make for whaikoi and back in Maka 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Versich.
I just want to pick up on something you said and agree. In note 2, in the following page 72, you mentioned it's got 2 indoor basketball courts, which is true, it's a full-size court. But in there also there is 8 badminton courts, 6 volleyball courts. There's a turbo touch that they play in there. So Councillor Wakena knows all about these things. He's alluded to them. But the urgency is that coming up, I think on the 22nd, Councillor, you mentioned the National Masters Hockey. Yes, I don't know what funds they need and costs, so that's why I see this urgency. And also the National Women's Softball in March. So there's a lot of activity happening. These could be all over in the consultation process, which needs to happen. So that's why I say do all this. And one other issue I might add, which is Community Board has raised, the Kaiko Community Board, is the toilets, which are not on the land we're talking about. The toilets which are closed, and we have all of these things coming up there. Can that be sorted out with urgency? So that's just another side of it as well. That's my closing remarks.
Thank you. Put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried, and we will have a 10-minute break.
Sorry.
We are going now to item 6.3, the initiation of public consultation on disposal sections of Kiri of a Kiri reserve. That could be a mover. Oh, sorry, that's on page 118. And seconder. Deputy Councillor Nakina. Deputy Administrator.
Last time this came to us, there was a little bit of tension around it, but it's now been ironed out. And yeah, happy to report this resolution as it stands for it to go out for consultation and the community board to hear submissions, and then we act on their recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nakina. Any other commentary? Put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that's carried. And then item 6.4, our annual plan for 2025-26. The recommendation is the council approved to inform only on the annual plan 6 and enable feedback. And I'll just pass over to Charlie.
Thank you, Mayor Bullcole. So council has gone through the process of 4 workshops with elected members in progressing the annual plan FY 2026. The proposal to council today is to progress with the draft 11.3% rates rise for that year, as has already been consulted in the long-term plan. As a part of the process of the workshops, elected members have been provided with a structure and lots of detail, and been brought along the journey of how staff have arrived at that amount. There is a small change to the long-term plan, which isn't considered minor, and doesn't require council to go to consultation under the significance engagement policy. However, there is a recommendation that staff collect feedback on an informal-only basis through the website to be able to receive feedback from the community, present that to elected members in May at a workshop setting before proposing to adopt annual plan in June.
Thank you for that, Charlie. I brought along all the workshop material that we have had for the annual plan so far, because I know this paper is light on information and those background reports, but just for the sake of any of the public who are listening into this, usually we are looking at annual plan stuff. There is a lot. Just wanted to give that surety that we have, by all means, gone through this time. And so with that, I will move the recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Lusich. Councillor Lusich, Councillor Kappa, sorry. Councillor Kappa.
I do have a comment.
We'll go to Councillor Lusich and then Councillor.
The question is directed to Guy. This goes back previous year, and Pioneer Village has been looking at their request. They've been following through the process. They did an action plan. The community board funded that for some of $20,000 that was out there, and they're making the request to.
What are you talking about?
Pioneer Village in the CY, because this is going out for consulting, and they have made that request back then, and also to be in the long-term plan, which didn't occur this year. And they want consultation because that's being requested of them of the next step in Pioneer Village. So the question I actually have is going out to inform only, where does, and they also going to be presenting to council coming up, probably next meeting, where does that leave them in this current annual plan? Yeah.
Thank you, through Mayor Moko. So whatever the budget is that has been set in relation to that specific will be carried through. If there is a request that comes through for an additional unbudgeted item, that can be approved through council through a separate means. If council deems it appropriate that there is additional funding required that isn't already set out, that can be accommodated at council's discretion.
They have been asked by feedback from council that they need to get response from communities. They've done a portion. Where would you do that? Because this needs to really occur by this coming year.
So I would just need to understand the specifics of the request in order to provide recommendation on the appropriate means to address that.
So is this cutting out the option to be able to go out to the public and consult?
No.
Might hold you to that. I think I will.
We'll go to Councillor Foy.
I just wanted to raise the concerns that I raised in the workshop. I realise that the public can't see the workshops and there's a lot of information that is presented at those workshops. What's being discussed and being debated on at this time means that, yeah, we won't be able to have those consultation meetings with our community. 11.3% is a significant increase to a lot of people in our community. And I know that you say that it's in our long-term plan, but I'm sure that most of you will realise that the public don't memorise what our long-term plan is 3 years in advance in terms of rate rises. I know that would mean that we'd have to reduce our levels of service for our community. And that it's great that we were able to only have a 4.5% rates increase last year. But that increase in the paper presented at the moment doesn't actually describe how that works in terms of the targeted rates, in terms of the general rate itself and the changes in land uses when you look at the new QB valuations. I'm not sure as well when the next QB valuations will occur, but because our rates are based on land use and land-based rating for the values, this will have a significant impact, as probably Councillor McNally would know as a valuer, on people that have larger land areas such as rural ratepayers. In terms of what's currently proposed, I just wanted to raise those concerns, the same things I raised in the workshop, but I do realise that things are increasing in our council and that we need to look at what are must-haves and what are nice-to-haves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Any other commentary from members? Can I just double check? I just checked on our website as well. But all briefings that we receive as a council are usually available on our council website, and I just want to make sure that systems are capturing those so that they're flowing through to that round. We also know through the Office of the Auditor General, was it, or the Ombudsman, that all workshop material, unless it is legally privileged, is also available to members of the public, should they understand. I'll just double check that I'm saying this correct.
The Office of the Auditor General, I think, provided guidance that it's recommended to. Our council currently doesn't do that.
But if a member of the public were to request that information, that would be made available to them.
As long as there were little grounds for exclusion.
Thank you for that. Councillor
Hilda Tata. I just want to record, and it's purely a reaction that, 11.3% is going to be hard hitting on our communities, and I would have liked to have been much lower. And I note that the inflation rate, the interest rate, has been included in this figure, which may have kept it under the 9% level. So I just want to register that I dislike the this rate, but other than that, I'm satisfied that staff have done their best to keep it as low as possible. And that's all I really want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hauki Haruira. I have no right of, no need for a right of reply, but know that we have a job ahead of us in how we communicate all this information with members of the public and allow them to give feedback to us based on that too. So with that, I will call for votes. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. Opposed? Yes. Opposed, recorded Councillor Hauki Haruira and Councillor Forty. We now go to item 6.5, which can be found on page 137.
Sorry,
and Councillor Priscovich. And that is the adoption of the amended dangerous and sanitary building policy. I will move if I could get a seconder. Councillor Research. The recommendation is that Council makes the dangerous and sanitary building policy under section 132 of the Building Act 2004. Taking the paper is read. Council Research, any commentary?
Yeah, just a question, is it okay? Council makes the dangerous and sanitary building policy, or do we adopt it?
The terminology we use is make for bylaws.
Okay, no, this one's
the same.
They got picked up in our agenda preview too.
Thank you.
All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstention, that is carried. We now go to item 6.6, the review of our Class 4 gaming and TABV policy. The recommendation is that this policy has been reviewed and that we approve under Section 100 of the Act, Section 97 of the Rating Industry Act, the continuation of our Class 4 gaming and TABV policy.
I'll move that.
I'll move Radic and I'll second. Councillor Radic, any commentary to this recommendation?
No comment, Mr. Mayor. Just pretty straightforward.
It is. Can I just note on page 167? Now, I was invited last year by the International Gambling Minimisation Conference team to be a guest speaker there. And that was following on from our policy around our sinking lid policy and the new one we put in for standalone TABs. We set a sinking lid policy. We currently have 0, which means you can never have a standalone TAB in our district. And just there is so much work being done by organisations to try and help the harm that gambling causes across our communities. 2 years ago, Kawakoa had the highest income rates from pokie machines per capita in the whole country. And when you put that across the socio-economic deprivation levels of some of our communities, you can really see that harm that this is causing. But on page 167, just noting, the number of venues and the number of gaming machines in our district is declining. And on a personal level, I look forward to the day when that could potentially decline to be 0 and that venues, because I'm all about the hospitality industry and things like that, but hospitality venues in the whānau aren't going to have to be reliant on the income that they source from these. And when you see the money going into the money we get back through the likes of the Oxford Sports Trust and all of that, it isn't on par. So I appreciate that this has been reviewed, that we are continuing with it. Ways wanting to keep our eyes and ears open as a council on how we can assist community organisations that are working in this space at all times. This policy is any other commentary from members? We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. We now go to item 7.2. Which is an information report, progress report on our final 100. That can be found on page
188 of your agenda. The recommendation is that we receive the progress report. I'll move. I'd like to get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Any commentary from you, Councillor Lucas?
Thank you for the report. I support the report, obviously. I would like to see, though, clear actions in terms of what we're doing to achieve it. Well, obviously, it's very ambitious. I know 2100. I was involved with that. It's quite out there, and it does involve many other players to actually make an actual effect. But even so, as council, what are we doing to see how we're achieving the KPIs that we set to that area?
Thank you, Councillor Archer. How do we go?
Hi, Kilda. On page 193, I'm sort of really concerned about the high unemployment levels in the far north. And, I've also heard, some of our school leavers aren't able to get into programs like mechanic courses because they're already overfull. And, this organisation, Farnwell 2100, blah, blah, blah. I just need to see if we can do something more about that to reduce those rates. And I know the council does some little cadet programs. I'd like to see those up in the far north, actually. All of the cadets, do they come just from the north? Or I'd like to see some of those cadet programs up in Tahiku if possible, but it's not going to address all of these things. And so, there's, the government policy at the moment about reducing funding to hospitals. And then we have North Tech running nursing programs. And I won't say what minister said to these Māori nurses, why are you taking up this profession? Why are you taking up this degree if there's no jobs for you at the end? And I'm thinking, we need people in our hospitals. We're seriously short-staffed. In Kaitaia, we've got Tahiku Hauora and all these other little hauora providers. And our trust started up a little medical clinic in Kaitaia. And there were 3,000 people not registered with doctors, and our clinic has taken up 1,000, which means there's still 2,000 people who are not able to get into a doctor. They've got to go to the emergency department all of the time, just to be seen. So I bring that up because if we are encouraging nursing programs, which are really needed for the Hokianga Hauora up north, we've got people who worked here who've now started to do nursing degrees. I see all kinds of people jumping out of their own preferred career to go into nursing careers. But anyhow, I'm saying that's part of the whole employment thing. I read about, kawakawa, about people, please don't come. Somebody had a spider bite at Waitangi, couldn't go in because there was nobody to deal with they didn't have the poison, what's the other, antidote. So I don't know, that's probably you, is it, John, and all the ones that are inside those economic groups, regional groups and stuff like that. How do we do that, as well as knowing that, the government have removed money from really vital services, disability services. And anyhow, if we can do something for our rangatahi to make sure that there's opportunities to get into these programs, for trades and career training, apprenticeships and stuff like that, I'd like to see that number decrease. Thank you.
Thank you. Just then, before we go to Councillor Floyd and Councillor Research, this council is actively taking a role through the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs.
we're almost ready with a great submission to Mayor's Task Force for Jobs in Wellington and the Ministry of Social Development to get a further tranche of funding and to employ an additional coordinator. We currently have in this space. So we've got an application pending for $280,000 to specifically target reducing the number of NEETs, 16 to 24-year-olds in education, employment or training. We're currently ranked 64th out of 67 councils for the percentage of NEETs that we have in our district. So this council's taking active role. And I just brought it up because I've got some stats in front of me that would be great to see in these sorts of progress reports, Roger. When we've got data, we're taking active role. And I know we've got it in our C report, and we are finding mechanisms to report back to council, and we're putting something like this on our new KPIs that we're developing. But we really are actively engaged in some of these spaces. And my final commentary is really around Te Pai o Uta, which we've got up on the wall over there as a constant reminder of this amazing framework we have. But that our own staff have developed a way of not only qualifying what's been going on in the council, but quantifying the work that's being done across that framework. So it'd be great to see a tool we've already seen successful in this council maybe developed to quantify some of the stuff that we're doing in terms of achieving the Farmers 2100 lofty goals. Now, in front of me right now, I'll find those numbers because I do want to share them, but we'll go to Councillor Foy, then Councillor Prasad.
Just on this item, in terms of the progress report, that's great that we've got this here. I wanted to raise the interrelationship with this document and the Kirikiri Waipapa spatial plan. It's really refreshing to have the data demonstrated spatially for Waipapa, and this report highlights the movement of our council towards a district-wide spatial plan. What really alarmed me as part of that spatial plan that we'll be moving towards for the district is the numbers associated with that. And in those workshops, we've seen the numbers like $200 million. And how will our district pay for that? I haven't seen a paper yet that has come to council. I'm aware that we will have a paper to council eventually. But those types of numbers are scary for a district like ours. And paying for growth and where growth occurs is a significant opportunity for our district. But also we need to manage the risk of that when we're looking at huge dollar amounts to pay for that new infrastructure. What also I think would be great to see as part of these documents, and aligning that with the regional policy statement, is making use of existing infrastructure. Tanya and her team in infrastructure, they did a great model for Kaitaia where they modelled which zones in that town could have more capacity to connect, and that allowed that one zone for Donald Road, for example, to be upgraded to allow for additional capacity. It would be great for our district if we could demonstrate that about which towns had different capacity and which zones of that township in order to encourage development of housing and to make existing infrastructure use more efficient. I'm not sure if that is going to be one of the aspirations as part of this district-wide spatial plan, but I think the financial risks and the forward planning for infrastructure need to look at the infrastructure we have currently as well as that new infrastructure that is in the ballpark of $200 million for Waipapa.
Thank you for that, Councillor Foy. I'm going to go to Councillor McNally, then Councillor Stratford, and come back to Councillor Vucic for a slide. I found the numbers too quickly for Councillor Halkett-Harawira. This council have directly placed 138 rangatahi into sustainable.
We'll go to Councillor McNally.
I'm just looking at the facts in this report and some of the figures. It talks about each of the drivers has an action plan with actions for the period 21 to 24. I don't see in here what outcomes were achieved. I would have thought that would have been in the report. I don't see what's the annual cost, what are the benefits, and there appears to be duplication of other business or business units or departments, as Councillor Foy mentioned, with spatial planning. Just the dates page on the executive summary and on page 195, it talks about a 22-23 report, council published 22-23 report relating to climate change. To me, it's all out of date. The economic growth figures on page 193 relate to 10 years to 2018. That was 7 years ago. And it says it was prior to the pandemic and whatever, and it's well gone. I just wonder, where is the information coming from? What's it costing annually and what are the benefits?
Thank you for that, Councillor McNally. Deputy Mayor Shepherd and then Councillor Murray.
So we're on the finals 2100. Just make sure because I left the room. In the report, it doesn't talk too much about how much work was done with the community to get it to fruition. We had a stakeholders hui in here. We also had we did a roadshow, so we went out across the district to get feedback on it and asked people where they saw the district in 80 years' time. So when you talk about going through a co-design process with the community again, I think it's really important that you add in there what was already, a bit more around what was already done. And you've had some members around the table raise Mayor's Task Force for Jobs and stuff. And civil defence is missing from this report too. We're doing a lot more that when we report at this table, people go in that compliance schedule. This meets finals 2100. We're doing a lot more in this organisation, which links back to finals 2100. So if we're going to go out and consult, we need to be more fulsome about what we have achieved or what we're achieving. I also wanted to express a concern. Council Mark in 2021, SLT said that they started working on a long-term vision for the district called Final 2100, and this is not the staff's vision for the district. This is the district's vision for the district. So I just want to make that clear because it keeps coming up. Sometimes we're asked, what's the staff's vision for this organisation? What's the council's, people around the table's vision for this district? But this is what the district vision is for this district, based on that snapshot in time. So yeah, I support reviewing it, but there's not enough information in there.
Excuse me.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Roger. I just want to ask a question of our Taitokea Regional Accessibility Strategy that we adopted last year has also been added to the FN 2100.
It's been adopted and we're working through an implementation.
To the FN 2100?
No, to the Regional Accessibility Strategy.
Oh, but yeah, we've adopted that, but my question is, are we adding it to the FN 2100? Because we've got areas like, bullet points like putting the wellbeing of the communities and people first. So that's a great starting point for a lot of our whānau to gain accessibility when we talk about the FN 2100.
Final 2100 was some work that did come out of Council Mark because we identified it was like a long-term strategy. It was taken out for public consultation we currently have that document as it is right now. So the point of today was really just, and I will introduce Steve Rollins. He's our senior policy advisor. He was asked to have a look at this. He's only been with us since late last year. But the document as it was put together in 2021. It was workshopped here. Sorry.
Can I highlight on page 196 that this is scheduled for review this year, to be redeveloped through co-design process with the community.
Yeah,
we've just adopted the regional accessibility strategy. I would expect to see that reflected throughout this review process.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that's where I was going to get you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Vucic, you're going to reply.
Thank you, thank you, Mick. So Roger, really, my earlier comments, I'll go back to I'm really pleased that we are reporting on this. This is a lot of work that we've done, and it's very aspirational. As Councillor Roken pointed out, page 189, you're putting well-being communities people first. But what I'd like to see is all people on, the ratepayers probably don't see the work that council's doing, which you can summarise in here with meeting your goals. For example, we have a cadet program as Paul pointed out, but we have a social procurement. We've done that. We've worked with Farmers Holdings, which has created local jobs through what's happening in the north. We've got the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. We've got the work that we're doing with Iwi and Hapu and building those relationships, which is part of the work that's been done in there. There's all the good work that's been happening with our roading space, getting additional money, so that helps with protecting, connecting people and businesses. We've also got a lot of work being done by council with around the government's desire to see regional deals. That's ongoing. That's early stage at this stage. And the spatial plan, as Councillor Foy has pointed out, that all of these collectively actually help implement the 2100's aspirational goals. I'd like to see those connections in here. I think that was said by Deputy Mayor Stratford. If we can actually get those connections shown here, then we are seeing when we're making progress. But I also agree with Steve. Let's put some hard KPIs in here, see if we actually change in the dial as well. Yeah. That's going to be the real challenge. So, thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Vucic. I'll undertake to work with our area policy to do some development on this 2100 plan. I think we need to make it a little more relevant and make it a real pathway for us so that it has more visibility, both with staff, community and elected members. And we'll undertake that and come back to Council soon.
All right, we'll look to the vote. I'm going to say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. We'll now go to our Chief Executive's report for the period of October to December 24 for Charles Liu. Could I get a seconder? This is always a look back over what all the money that this organisation has been doing for a 3-month period. Lots of work has been done. I just passed the note on to Gigi, so just like our elected member reports get added to our website for ease of access by the community, I would like to see the same for our Chief Executive's report. When people ask us, what has anyone been doing in council? Here's the link, go check it out. You'll see a 3-month snapshot across this report of every single department, every single team in this council and what work has been going on. So just appreciate the work that has been happening, but then the feedback we get through this report on our council agenda. Noting that no doubt that there is a lot of ongoing work within this that we're tracking in different ways. Otherwise, it's crack on with the next 3 months and what other work's going to be done. But I always appreciate the reflective look back over the organisation. Go to Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Top of mind for me in this report, actually before I go to that, Hilda, don't forget to revisit that question about elected member frustration. I'll raise it then. Elected members frustrated working in the communities and we wanted a staff response at this time on how, how are they meant to be getting supported with their RFS chasing and, yeah.
I feel that, on a personal level, I feel that frustration from Member Sabritsky that you're carrying to this table. Our systems do have flaws, and there are things that fall through the gaps. When I get an email and no one's responded to something from a while back and things like that, but I think it's always looking at those efficiencies that we can make. And I wonder if I saw there, Group Manager Wilmington was about to stand, if you can just outline the most appropriate for your team to be working as our governance. How can our elected members feel empowered in the main?
Madam Chair. Yes, we do have a process, and we would encourage all our elected members to try to use it. The EM support email is probably the best way that our democracy services team and community board coordinators can keep tabs on all the requests that are made by the elected members. I know it's hard, and I know it sometimes takes a long time, but we as SLT are working through our groups to ensure that staff respond to the elected member requests as a priority. On top of that, late in the year, we assigned each democracy advisor to an elected member. We have the community board coordinators who have been assigned to each community board. We have Dolly Marima Baker, who has been assigned to the Te Kuaka committee. And Aisha, of course, is there as the overall expert in terms of the governance advice that's sometimes required.
Can I suggest that I remember seeing, but not a renewal of the breakdown who's assigned to what across our GGs. Can I get an updated form of that sent out so then everyone knows? And maybe with a brief breakdown of that process you've just shared verbally, JC, so that know, oh cool, this is my go-to if I do need that.
So the other item that's key for me that I'm not seeing getting reported at level is civil defence. So can we please ensure that there's, some operational information so that elected members have comfort that, and I know it appears in our assurance risk and finance reports, but not everybody's on that committee. It's a whole council responsibility. Everyone should know what's happening with civil defence. We've got a building that's being built in Whangarei, the Multi-Agency Emergency Management Response Centre. I don't think it's started yet, but that's a big thing that you guys want to hear about. And when the testing is happening for tsunamis or any comms plan that's happening, what preparations are being done here on an ongoing basis to ensure that staff are ready and trained, prepared to respond if needed. The other thing that I wanted to thank you guys is there's a line in here that says that there's something like good relationships with the PSA or something. Where is it? Thank you. It was a thank you from us to, or from PNC to members of the bargaining team made up of PSA delegates. Over time in organisations, people that are those representatives are not looked on positively by an organisation. So it's really a positive line, and it's the first time I've ever seen something like that in our council reports. We've got the procurement and tender panel and this agenda or the assurance risk and finance agenda, but I just wanted to
highlight that we had a workshop, but I'm a bit concerned that we didn't make a governance decision about it. So, yeah, let's see how that lands at Te Mero Committee. And I have some questions about bringing to the office. And I think I've, in the corridor asked Guy, how are you measuring success or productivity? How are you measuring the benefits of bringing staff back into the office? Do we end up losing skilled staff by doing this? So you don't have to answer that now, but those are my concerns around, despite the parking issue that I raised this morning. And are we hearing anything in the far north about the construction industry declining? I know there was reported at the end of last year in that big report thing that happens nationwide, but how's that going to affect our income base, our ratepayers as well? So those are things that came to mind when I read this report.
Thank you. I'll go to no one. We'll put it to a vote. I'm sorry, we'll go to Chairwood.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. I just want to note, due to numerous complaints and given up lodging RFSs, I look forward to seeing how bearing in mind this historical report on how the monitoring levels for the service of city care have been going. There's no point flogging a dead horse, but the complaints that I have had over the summer period and getting our towns and villages to look tidy, and we're not asking, when I hear cuts in annual plan, I just want to sit here and cry, because levels of service is the first thing that are targeted, and community funding, being placemaking and community. Obviously, you can't cut the community grant fund, but you would if you could. And this is all about our wellbeing. And at the end of the day, our levels of service, people don't see the infrastructure under the road, they see our community open spaces. So I really look forward to seeing a report on the monitoring of city care and how we feel we're going. I have faith always that we'll take some time to iron out, but it has been appalling. And I know we've had great growth. We were meant to have a drought, which would have really helped. So just wanted to comment on that. Also want to acknowledge how the hard work by our eyesights this season. It's not over, it's far from over, it's only February, but they are doing really well and seem to be really cashing in on their social media presence and things. I've noticed a real increase in level of comms, so that's really good. I've never seen such great planning for Waitangi Week as what I've seen this year. And I just want to acknowledge, I know we've already acknowledged Tohono, but comms team, everybody involved, including and particularly our Māori ward councillors, physical presence throughout the whole week, not just splash in the pan stuff, but really being committed. One of my highlights obviously was the reopening of Te Marae and the collaborative effort. And the small part where's the community board part played and towards that. So, there's always little things we can criticise, but it just, to me, everything was a great success this year. And even though we have a deep break, I'm sure there'll be lots of positive comments. I just also wanted to point out, going back to the Young Elected Members Conference before last now, I think it was really highlighted in the wellbeings the importance of art and culture. And I just want to point out from a funding perspective, community board level, that if you look at our graph on page 214, we have taken heed of that and the wellbeing of our Labour Party and future generations moving forward, that we need as a board to invest more in this area, and we have been, and we've been receiving a lot more applications from community groups. So I just want to highlight that I know we're supposed to be just doing really important stuff, but if we can't do wellbeing, and it is noted in our 100, it's all about the people to people, but it's about providing those free activities and encouraging the arts and the culture, the play within our communities. And that's what community is about to me. It's about the community grant funding, placemaking, and making a difference to people's lives. So I really just wanted to highlight that Tyler, our member Tyler Bamber, who attended that conference, went back to the board, and we have focused on that. And we're seeing some really great outcomes in our communities. Sorry to labour about it, but I think it's really important to pick out the good ones.
Thank you for that, Chair Ward. We'll go to Councillor Foy.
The only issue or matter I want to bring up is about asset management, which has been a long-standing matter that we are looking to address with our council. It's great to see in the report here that asset management system is to be implemented. What I am concerned about is the timing of that with the local waters done well. And the asset management system we're using compared to the other three Northland councils. Further to that, when with the timeframes for that and the previous work that we've done, how that aligns with the next steps, because this is the key issue that our council is doing poorly from council mark. This is the key area of improvement that was highlighted that our council needs to address, and also to allow us to forward plan. So with the recruitment of a manager for asset management for Three Waters, I'm not sure as well if there's going to be a separate asset management system for district facilities. That's what I think the report reads and saying. The last question I had was about the spraying for the reserves contract. I'm not actually sure what the levels of service are for making sure the edges are tidy and that weeds, etc. are sprayed, and I haven't ever had a response for that from my multitude of emails I've sent about the levels of service for the recreational services contract as well. It would be great to get a response on those two matters.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Do we have someone who can speak to it?
Through with regards to the asset management system, that's a project that's been in train for some time. I'm taking your query as, does that overlap with our Local Waters Done Well initiative? We don't know what that initiative is at this point. We'll be workshopping that again in early March. What other councils do with their asset management at the current time, I'm not sure. I can't update you on that. But obviously, if a preferred option for Local Waters Done Well was a combined CCO for our water service delivery, then that would have implications for our asset management plan. But I'd also stress that the asset management system is more than just waters assets. That can be used to applying that discipline or the asset management framework to all assets across council, not just waters. And with regards to spraying and facilities management project, an update on that. I'm not aware as to where we're at that one.
Thank you. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We'll now go to new councillors' reports. Recommendation is that council receives the reports submitted by myself, all by councillors Court, Haukiana, Harawira, Kapa, and Lee. Research, and we have Councillor Lakina's report table today. I'll move if I could get a seconder. Just a quick highlight from me is a few highlights from me. One, just acknowledging Deputy Mayor Stratford for her time as acting mayor, so I could go on leave and go visit my Cambodian partner. Very much appreciated that effort. And then also acknowledging
Fire Hilda, in your report, the amount of energy you put into reporting back on everything that you are involved in is to be commended. But I really just wanted to acknowledge, if you look at your report, you've got a running list of so many community champions and leaders that we lost over the past year. And just want to acknowledge that. So I'll pass over to Deputy Administrator. Is there any commentary? Any other members? Excellent.
Just would like to ask if we could do some comments on the unsealed network. I think it would be really good if we could get something out on social media explaining why we don't raid in summer. Roddy's done an excellent summary on his Facebook posts. It's going to come through for talk.
Can we put that as a note with the communication? Councillor McNally.
Thank you. As you know, I don't usually do it. So I'm going to read this one out. Just start by, this is for governance really, our responsibility to monitor, review and review the progress towards the performance targets and outcomes relative to the long-term plan and the annual plan. We've been here 2 years, 4 months, and we've got about 7 months and to deliver what was set in place under the 24-27 plan. That's our responsibility, and it needs work. Council business over the past couple of years, what I've noted is it's had repeated delivery, process and outcome delays. The issues include problem discovery versus a solution focus. This governance group, we've moved to a prioritised work program on that. We lack action and timeline deadlines, so we're never really sure of when we're going to finish something. There's process and policy issues, which I spoke about on a couple of times earlier. We lack appropriate systems to track asset condition, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Communication between departments needs improvement. I'm unable to decide whether this entrenched behaviour is due to the above system deficiencies or if we lack capability, capacity and ability to implement and deliver across the business, including appropriate delegation through the work streams. Make no mistake, I understand our role is to, we only employ the CE and his responsibilities for management. But this is my monitor review, and I'm really concerned about hitting the performance targets in our LTP and annual plan. Some of the things I've mentioned, at least the duplication of service delivery, causing additional costs as we require staff, plus external consultants and project managers. Asset management is lacking all required detail, and I've been unable to obtain the asset management plans for the ratepayer assets of the district, facilities, water, wastewater, despite asking for over 2 years. And this is my main concern is then financial information. That as councillors in our governance role, we have a responsibility of fiscal prudence and transparency. I certainly can't stand in front of a judge and say, no, I know everything we're doing fine. I certainly don't have the information. Open book accounting cannot be used if the asset management plan is unusable. Budgets cannot be accurately assessed, calculated or formulated without a usable asset management plan. And asset management includes repairs and maintenance. What's broken? What's happening? Where's the end of life of some of these things? Financial figures such as project unders and overs or carry forwards on different budgets are difficult to obtain. We're waiting for that information under and overs of the rating budgets for the past years. And I missed the regional transport meeting yesterday. It may have been delivered there, but at this stage I don't know. Right now we have the next 25-26, second year of our long-term plan, and the annual plan process is underway right now. We had a mention of that earlier with an 11.3% increase proposed. We need to critically review next year's financial plan and the long-term plan construction that leads this process. So what I think needs to happen is all capital expenditure needs to be critically reviewed with clear project timelines. And I hope the public listening, the ratepayer, actually have a look at this and submit. We need clear project timelines, focus on core infrastructure versus the nice-to-have projects. All carry-forward projects to be reassessed and if not underway, deferred or canned. Project timelines and budgets can then be reset as required. All operational expenditure also needs critical review, line by line, looking at level of service. Chair Ward brought that up earlier, level of service. So my questions are, is it realistic? Is it affordable? Is it what the ratepayer wants? Is the ratepayer happy to pay for the service? And then what expenses can be cut? Where can cost savings be made? And delivery outcomes must be this council focus, this governance group's focus, which is back to my original comment. We're here to monitor and view progress towards the outcomes of our long-term and annual plan. So if we do that, we might actually deliver the annual plan and carry forward projects that came over from last year, couple of years. Have an operative asset management plan that is up to date and operative, and I know that work is underway. That will allow improvement of asset condition on a priority basis, ensure resource consents for water take and discharge are current, ensure resource consents for wastewater discharge capacity are up to date, water and wastewater plants that allow for current users and have plant capacity and upgrade requirements factored into resource consent applications and the forward budget planning. I'll just give you a couple of examples and then I'll come back to a couple of local things. If we look at our policy and bylaw construction, we need to consider the maintenance component of whatever policy and bylaw that relates to. They all have an operational expenditure impact. These are two examples today in the Kaikoura District Sports Bill. It says that the sports will own and manage it and they can get external funding, which is great. There's still a cost to council on an annual basis of about $75,000 and I'm not sure how the interest and the depreciation factors into that because it must be in the box somewhere. Things like the, what was the other one there earlier? Marine Facilities Bylaw. Same thing. The bylaw, it has to be factored into, we own all these assets, who's maintaining them? And I mentioned earlier on in the commentary, we've got examples of that in Whangaroa, Hokianga and Rangatani right now. Tipu Waitinga, the annual operating expenditure out there is already big, just maintaining what's there. Prior to purchase, there was no plan for cost recovery. To me, I just think that's a mistake. Maybe that's my background. We also need careful management of existing assets that have been purchased. An example there is the house and farm infrastructure of Tipu Waitinga. You'll note on page 223 of the CE report, it refers to a house demolition under Tipu Waitinga. The house has been stripped. It's probably 250 odd square metres. Probably at a value somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000. I've asked for what is the impact on our interest component, depreciation, and just the cost to get rid of it now, whereas it added a lot of value used properly. As far as the good news stuff, I guess, the CE report, page 227, refers to the road maintenance program and the progress on that. Been very good. The work program for this year was delivered early. It's well underway and you'll see a lot of work out there in the network. There's more to do, but we're making progress. Some of the the Okaiha petition for speed bumps has received over 600 in that petition so far. That was a tragic accident and it's had a significant impact on the community and particularly the first responders. I'm not going to share any more of that, but it wasn't good. What I'd like to know is there's 600 in that petition. In the submissions we've done during the speed reviews, how many did we receive through this notification process to reduce speeds on our local roads? How many in the Russell Catchment Review? The Russell Speed Review, we now know there's going to be no NZTA funding for that. So what I'd like to do is go back to look at what was originally asked for myself when that chap was killed on that road. This is the part of the Te Aroha walking trail, and what I was after was reduction of Okiato, ferry landing to Russell only. Staff project that went to the whole area. And I don't know, I'd like to know what that's cost. And then just a few other little things locally, and I might nearly be there. Ramani wastewater, Taipa wastewater. How are we progressing? What's been spent? How much are we spending annually today? This has been going on for years. What's the progress of the plant upgrades? It's just a lot of stuff as a governance group we do not know. I certainly don't. That's my commentary. I'll repeat it. Responsibility, monitor and review progress towards targets and outcomes relative to the LTP and annual plan. We set it 24 to 27, this group. We're nearly 8 months through year one. The LTP, that 3-year program. How are we going to finish it all? It's up to you, Guy.
Through you, Councillor McNally, thank you for your continued efforts to shine light on the areas where we can improve. So 2 years and 4 months in, and I can say that I'm 19 months into this role as Chief Executive. I'm actually confident that, without going blow by blow to all the points you've just raised, we are addressing pretty much all of the things you have raised in terms of our organisational efficiency and the way we manage operations. And I can just touch on a few things. The asset management system is actually vital across all of our assets. Bearing in mind that we have a $2.7 billion balance sheet, we need to track those assets. We need to have a whole of life view of those assets and how the maintenance, etc., is carried out. That is vital for budgeting and for LTPs. Another good example, you decided to pull Waitanga. We don't have a firm sort of strategy around that property. And what we do have is an executive projects person, which is going to become a team. Our stated objective is that never again will we buy a property without a strategy going into that. So we have a plan for the property, the costs, etc., etc. Likewise with processes within council and the lack of transparency, which actually comes through to the CapEx point you were making, and the formation of our LTPs, where we're under-delivering on CapEx. We are bringing in a new system, CAM system, that will track and manage all projects. That's actually not just projects, it's work streams right across council, which means we have better transparency and better tracking and linking to our financial performance and budgeting. So once again, that will help enormously, I think, with our LTP. Obviously, the next LTP we do is tail end of second half of 2026. We'll be going back into the regular 10-year LTP cycle, and we're looking forward to bringing new capabilities to that process, more transparency, and I think you'll see a notable change in the way we do things. Our annual plan process, the workshop we just had this week, I think seeing there that we are increasing transparency. We've got a more holistic presentation for elected members and a more detailed line-by-line analysis of expenditures or topics. And so once again, that's I think a material change in the way we're doing things. I could go on, but just trying to paint a picture that we are responding. We do listen to elected members' feedback and concerns. We are trying to make the operations of this council more responsive and better. That helps.
Thank you.
Right, we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed sort of abstain.
Yeah.
That's carried. Councillor Radich.
Yeah, I'll just give a verbal report there, Moko. A couple of things. Commerce Street, the Tahsil area along Commerce Street is cracking up quite badly, actually. Especially by the old post office. So I'll be meeting with Fulton Hogan on Monday and make sure that that's been fixed up. 90 Mile Beach. I was on the beach on Sunday. There was a lot of people there. But what caught my eye were hundreds and hundreds of seagulls. And also dirt, quad and road bikes zooming up and down, not only along the beach, but up on the sand dunes. Consequently, the tours that are very high up on the tide, a lot of them were killed, and that's the reason why the seagulls were there, having a big feed. This is out of control now, and I remember a few years ago when I was on the board, this happened, and we made contact with the police, and they did go out and did something to stop it, and I think we need to do that. Now, Moko, you and Hilda are on that beach board. It is quite serious. And I have to say that those who are doing the damage are locals. I saw them, they're locals. Next, the dust suppression. Well, I have to, it's badly organised. There's no doubt about it. It's a have and it's who you know. I'll give you a good example. Dick Smith Loop Road. There are 6 houses, just over 400 metres long, 6 houses and 4 big businesses. There's a kuma grove from Dargaville that takes hundreds and hundreds of tonnes out of that area. We've got Masters Gardens, we've got Aoni Engineering, and we've got a big scaffolding outfit, the biggest in the far north on that road. Yet, they can't get a dust suppression. And those 6 houses are very close to the road. Yet along the road, and nothing going to Waimanoni because there's good people out there, they got the whole length of their road tar sealed. Now, the person that owns Aoni Engineering, young Brock Olsen, he had a gutful, so he got it dust suppressed, but he had to pay for it. Is that fair? No, it isn't. He did that last year and he's done it again this year because he told me he was getting nowhere with council. I got on to Gareth Owen about it, who's in charge of that. And Gareth's comment to me was, we only do dust suppressions on the information we get. Well, how's that for an answer? On the information we get. And I know there's communities in our various communities in our area who have actually had meetings regarding dust suppression, how unfair it's been done. The drainage. I met with farmers up in the far north there, in the Mototangi area, Wahara. I said, how's it going? Has drains been cleaned? No, they haven't. They've been sprayed, which is great. Nick Tafe is doing a great job. But there are many, many that needs a digger. The money's there, yet nothing's been done. And Tanya, you made it quite clear in the Age last year, I think it was in November, that these drains will be cleaned once it dries up. Well, it has dried up and nothing's been done. We need to act urgently on this. The Te Ika Sports Complex. Now, Mark Osborne gave a big report in the Age regarding the progress of the swimming pool, and it is doing well. But the concern is the power. It's costing $200,000 to keep it going, to keep that temperature up. Mark has made it clear now it's going to double to 400. The worry is that he's going to come back to council and ask for more money just to keep this complex afloat. That is a worry. Finally, the Carry Dam. Now, I went and had a look at the Carry Dam the other day, went for a walk, and the work done by Bellingham's has been fantastic. It'd be great for some of you elected members to go and have a look. The Once Upon Dam is now in green grass, and virtually the whole work's been done. Guy, it is important that if we owe any money to Bellingham's, get it fixed up. They're good people. They're honest people. In regard to Hilda getting the land back to the Māori owners, to the whānau, it is not the District Council fault at this very moment. It is the Maori Land Court. They're the hold-up. They're the ones that's causing the trouble. Because they've been slack. Thank you, Mayor Moko.
Yeah, I jumped the gun there with that, with moving that. So I'm going to go to Councillor Rakina and then we will re-vote on proceeding.
I just wanted to add in, I always miss things when I do my report last minute, but there's other things like the radio interviews that Otoko FM who might just ring me up about, or interviews for Ngāti Hine FM as well. So I just wanted to add that part in, and also my attendance at Te Taumata Wānanga, which I usually attend every January, and that brings around 300 people to those wānanga. This year's wānanga was held at Te Kurikaupapa Māori o Whaaroa. No re mihi ana kia rāwhanga kaihaka i te Te Kaupapa. Our future Chief Justice, Judge Alana Thomas me tana kāhui. Also to Ngāti Kura, Ngai Tūpango and Ngāti Ruamaku nā rāwhi te mano Te Kaupapa. Kuru te katoa te wiki. Whainanga tā. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So I moved Deputy Mayor Stratford seconded, but will include in the recommend resolution that Council receives the reports as it is in the agenda, that we table Councillor Rakina's written report and that we also note Councillor Radich's verbal report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that's carried. All right, we'll go to item 7.5, our open resolutions update, and then begin to break for lunch. I will move, if I can get a second, thank you, Councillor Aikina. When I went through this, just noting that our motion on page 269 for fluoridation, that work is being done to progress that workshop coming to us. There were no notes in there, but that has been happening this week as we speak. So just wanted to give that as a verbal update. I noted that some of them could potentially come off the Te Pātukuria resolution, which was that we approved public engagement. Oh, no, sorry, there was one I just put a question mark into it. And what was the other one I had? Noting that there are a lot of open resolutions. No, those are the only ones I had notes on. Councillor Rakina. All right, we'll put it to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that's carried. I'll now move a resolution to exclude the public for items in the PX. 8.1 Te Raupo Road easement, 8.2 Kotara Wastewater Overflow Traffic Contract Awarding, 8.3 Resilience and Resilient Clearance Supply Panel Supply Recommendations, 8.4 Treasury 8.5 Open Resolutions PX. I think that's it. That's the research. Did you say?
7 minutes twice, that's all. Don't worry.
Oh, sorry, the side run sheet in the agenda is wrong. Anyway, there's all those papers are in piece, just the order of everything. To the vote.
And then.
All those in favour? Opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We can pause our live stream, please, and I will see you.
Thank you and welcome back to our council meeting. In the public excluded portion of our meeting, we had a number of items on the table. A lot of those were around contract awarding. Once we had made contact with our contractors or those involved in those, all of those resolutions will be made public. So that in our minutes. Otherwise, I will place this off the back here. There's nothing else pressing for the meeting. All right. Ko te tapu o ngā kōrero ka iri here ki ngā pats o tō tātou whare ki ngā kōkō o ngā sanctity of our words and decisions in this meeting. May they resound within the walls of these chambers. And have a great afternoon.
Thank you.